Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Another day where I actually stream. That's crazy. What is this? 4th day in a row? Insane stuff for this channel. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? Also, late bit is these are false accusations, I think. I was basically on time today, for the most part. I did actually finish recording some part of the next part of the Haudenosaunee run. So I did have to kind of scramble to get this stream together, but fortunately I planned a little better in advance than I usually do. Anyway, of course, we're going to be playing some more of the Florence into Tuscany campaign that we started on Tuesday, question mark. No, we started that on Sunday, actually. We continued it on Tuesday. Yeah, we played a little bit of Victoria 3 the last 2 days instead. Stream starts when you hit start stream, therefore not late. True, exactly. See, Mr. Overheat gets it. Stream actually starts exactly when I say it does. You know how, like, when you're in high school and you try to leave exactly when the bell rings and your teacher's like, "The bell doesn't dismiss you, I do." You ever have that? I had some teachers who were kind of like that. So that's kind of exactly what this is. The timer on the stream does not tell you when the stream starts. I'll let you know when the stream starts. Anyway, we'll give it a few minutes for everyone to join the stream as per usual. I want to ask chat, actually, did you guys watch the Game Awards last night? Because I did. I kind of forgot that they're 3 hours long each year. I keep preparing for, like, oh, it'll be like an hour or something. No, it's long. It's like, it's such a long show. But anyway, it had a lot of interesting things. Yeah, I hated those teachers. I did too, to be fair. They were always the kind of teachers who would, like, I mean, you should take your job seriously, but they would take it like a little too seriously, you know? Like, they definitely weren't the cool teachers. Looking forward to Divinity. Me too. That trailer was kind of insane, though, actually. I don't know what they were cooking with that trailer, but it looks interesting. I never actually finished playing DOS 2 with my friends, though. I think more than once we tried a campaign. I mean, shit, man, I didn't even finish Baldur's Gate. I never actually finished playing Baldur's Gate 3. I started a campaign, like, right when it came out. And I got, like, maybe halfway through Act 2. And then I started another campaign with my friends back in September, and then that kind of fell through. One of these days I'll play an entire playthrough of a Baldur's Gate or Divinity game, in theory. Maybe that'll be Divinity, who knows? Maybe. What was surprising to me, probably because I didn't play the game, was just how many awards Claire Obscure, you know, it's like French. How many awards that game won? That was a lot. They kind of swept rather, the entire show. Kind of surprising. But honestly, from what I hear about the game, it is probably worth it if I give it a shot. I'll probably play it at some point. Yeah, it was France night. That's the crazy part. Like, it was actually just the French awards. Anyway, let's go ahead, swap over to stream game. We'll talk a little more in this menu. It really was the France awards, though. I like how they dressed super French for the bit, too. I appreciated that. The game is great, or so I hear. You know, I have 2 friends who are also in the call with me, and they're like, yup, Claire Obscure's sweep. Why didn't EU5 win any awards? That was the thing, when they had, like, best strategy game, that award, I don't remember who it went to. I think it was like Final Fantasy Tactics or something, which it's probably good as well, but when they had that award, my friends were like, oh, where's EU5? And I had to break it to them, to be honest. Like, 1, I don't think it made the cut, and 2, I don't think it would have won anyway. Although I will say I'm not entirely surprised that Civ 7 didn't win. That was not shocking to me in the slightest. That was, in fact, very predictable. A 20-year-old game won Best Strategy. Didn't they release it, though? Or re-release it or something? Because my friend, he bought the game. We played it a little bit. When I say we, it was mostly him playing and me micromanaging. As you should, of course. What else do they have? Oh yeah, they also had the forest. That was an insane reveal. They're definitely cooking something with the forest. Something completely unexpected. That was maybe the most shocking reveal. Because when did they release Sons of the Forest? Like, last year? I figure they're not going to release Forest 3 for a few years at least, but anyway. Yeah, crazy stuff. A lot of crazy stuff.
Aren't you happy? Yesterday I made no Vinland comment.
Thank you very much for the 10 months, Ross said. Yes, very happy. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the, you know, I think really it's just because we've done the Vinland game, right? So like, it's like we're done now. We did it. Vinland content. We've completed the Vinland content. It's over. You've won. Let me just get rid of these levies. Forest tree? Yeah, they have those. Or so I hear. Although when you look at the new forest game, I'm not seeing a lot of forest. Seeing a lot of swamp, I think. Things to look forward to for me. Total War 40k. That's true. That looked interesting. It might be the first Total War and 40k game I'll ever play. Like both at the same time. Oh, and right, true. The new Old Republic game. That was kind of interesting. Seems like there's not a lot of food in Italy. They'll be fine. It's just Venice, and no one cares about Venice. Maybe it's not just Venice. We have other problems, maybe. I have a confession to make. I've mostly gone back to EU4. I'll probably make like a short return to EU4 in like January. To be honest, like I'm gonna do the same thing a little bit. But for now, we're playing some EU5 on 1.0.10, of course. So let's catch people up to speed on what we're doing here. We're playing as Tuscany from Florence. You can see we have unified in quotes. We've mostly subjugated most of northern Italy. We also took the market center from Genoa. We dragged it over to Florence. So now Florence, the capital, is going to be very prosperous. We make a decent bit of money. We actually make... Oh, wow, the most money we can see. Let's go. We're making a lot of money. Hopefully we make some more. We're going to have to fight Naples at some point because they are also quite strong. Things are going pretty well. England is scary. They're horrifying, but also... Hold on. Before I eat my words... Honestly, they're kind of a paper tiger. Like, they look really scary. But are they really that scary? They make less money than we do. They have fewer soldiers than we do. I don't think it's that scary. I think it's fine. But yes, you're right. You're right, Balan. We do not have a lot of wood. Wood, oh my god. We don't have a lot of food in the market over here, which is kind of a problem. I'm wondering if it's maybe just because we moved the center. I'm not really too sure what's up with that, but, you know, food in Italy seems to be a pretty consistent problem. First time I've seen England lose. I don't really think France lose. Why can't I read today? Man. You record 4 hours of EU5 and your brain just turns to mush. Anyway, I don't think they've really lost this necessarily. I think it's just gonna cost them a lot of infamy to take this stuff back. I think France is ultimately still gonna turn this around. I have confidence in them. Well, actually, I don't really want to have confidence in them. I want them to lose. I want them to lose, and I want England to have very minimal control over this area. I want the English to basically make France worse. I want them to also suck, so that I can just invade them. Anyway. So what we plan to do here is, actually, how bad's the antagonism? Okay, we plan to do nothing. That's what we plan to do. We plan to sit here and wait. We're gonna do some building for the time being. Some building and some integrating, because we just took a lot of territory. We're gonna go ahead and build up marketplaces in the outskirts of the country. Around the edges of the market, because we want to improve market access in these areas. Although market access is kind of not too bad. In Genoa, it is a total of 87. Wow, that's actually some solid market access. Maybe you're fine, actually. But trade's good. France seems to lose the 100-Year War more since vessels can switch signs at a whim. That does seem to be the case, and then England also has, like, an insatiable hunger for territory. Like, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, man. Ref, do something. It's kind of getting out of hand at this point. Yeah, you guys are chill, I guess. We do have this one policy, but it's slave conversion, and I don't know if I really care that much. Well, maybe a little bit. Am I going spiritualist or humanist? I have a tendency to prefer humanist. Just for that sweet assimilation rate. Actually, how many cultures do we have? We have not been accepting any cultures, and I feel dumb. So, let's go ahead and accept Median. Can actually fully accept that. Pretty low cost. We'll tolerate. Can I accept this? Probably, yeah. Okay. That should also boost up the tax rate with more control. We love taxes. England AI is crazy. Played today and they took all of the Netherlands and North Germany. It is kind of horrifying. Oh, you guys remember when we kind of looked at a potential idea for reworking proximity? Remember when we talked about that? I think it was the last time we streamed this. Well, I think we should also have a discussion on, like, AI goals. Should the AI be able to just take whatever they want to, or should they have higher level directives, kind of like Victoria 3, where they have things that they want to do generally, and then when you get in their way of doing a specific thing, they become hostile? Or they can, like, change their strategy and want to do something specific? Because I think that would be kind of cool. I don't mind the AI aggressiveness as it is now, I just want it to be more directed This is where we miss mission trees. Kind of. Sort of. Sort of. You know what? Actually, you might be cooking a little bit. Now that I think about it, maybe a little bit of railroading. You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe just a little bit. Also, we should probably train the army. I want Vic 3 journal entries. I don't know if we're going to get that for EU5. I think the best we're going to get for something kind of similar to that is going to be situations for the most part, probably. Also, we're gonna stack Florence some more. Hello? Thank you. Okay, we have the Senate. Oh, France, did you just eat all of Savoy? Almost all of Savoy? Thanks, man. That's cool. Maybe I'll just eat the rest of Savoy. Oh, wait, yeah, we can definitely keep on invading people. That's not that hard. We have a truce with Venice. Yes, we do. Okay. What do I want to take? Probably Spoleto. Yeah, Spoleto once we have this, this whole thing is done. Okay, so we will actually wait a year to call the parliament. Will we? We could just invade Naples. Diplo capacity is kind of fine. We can't really integrate too much else at this point. We would have to make some more subjects, which, I mean, that's kind of fine considering we have low control over here anyway. Like, what am I really gonna do here? Okay, we could actually invade Naples and then invade Spoleto. Situations aren't cutting it for this game. Well, I agree they need something in addition to the situations. The situations are good for coordinating international events. But for a country's own internal encouragement, or, you know, their own higher objectives, they are going to need a second system for that. That's true. You can't have a situation for England deciding they want to invade India. That has to come from somewhere else. So, that's fair enough. If we don't get mission trees, we don't basically reinvent mission trees again, then it's going to have to be some kind of general AI personality archetype. But the other thing is, you don't necessarily want the AI archetype, like the personality, to cause the AI to do really stupid things. You know how like colonizing in the really early game isn't actually worth very much. When did England actually start colonizing? Like, when did they set up colonies, like, on a greater scale? That was mostly in, like, the later 1600s, right? I think. Hold on. When did England... I know they had Newfoundland for a while. When did they start? Late 16th, early 17th centuries. And that really started with... Let's see. 1583. is when Humphrey Gilbert was granted a patent for discovery and overseas exploration. And when he went on his second attempt, he claimed the harbor of the island of Newfoundland. That's kind of late, considering most of the time. Considering most of what happens in EU5, I think. It's pretty late into the game. I feel like the AI might just colonize a little too early. Oh, actually, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts about the way the colonization works in this game, but none of them are really coherent, to be honest, so... Anyway. Also, someone just followed on Twitch, I think. Thank you very much. 1607 was the first colony in North America. Jamestown. 1604-ish, I'm seeing. Other than, like, yeah, I guess that one guy taking the harbor, he didn't actually, like, leave settlers behind, so... IRL exploration took a lot longer than it gets done in EU games. Well, it depends, actually, I think. Because exploration takes a long time, but it happens, like, all at once. Maybe that doesn't make sense. What I mean is, when explorers would go on journeys, they would go on exploration journeys. They wouldn't go all the way to, like, the middle of an ocean current and be like, alright, I guess we've gone far enough, and then turn back. That wasn't really how they did things, for the most part. They would kind of, like, make their way along a coast, or they would go out to sea far enough until they found something, and then they're like, okay, we're not dead, let's go. And then they would stock up on some supplies and then come back, or something like that. But the way that the exploration works in the EU games is both kind of weird, just exploring like a little chunk at a time to like find a small part of the ocean and then turn back. But then also is somehow quite fast simultaneously. It's both fast and slow in different categories. Like, the Portuguese were reaching India pretty early into the campaign in EU5. But if you actually wanted to do that, you'd have to, like, set up an actual colony, wait for a bunch of people to move there, then, like, hop to the next place, put down another colony, and then continue like that. When, I think we need to have, like, trade posts and stuff. Anyway, I think I'm getting really off topic. So... yeah, basically, we need to reinvent the AI. I think. We need to reinvent, like, 4 different parts of this game. The AI, proximity. Okay, those are the 2 big ones, to be honest. I was gonna say control as well, but that kind of fits under proximity. Proximity and control together. Also, coalition, how bad is this? This is a nothing burger. Excellent. Are you a subject? Yes, okay, don't care. Aragon. We might as well decay that infamy. Trade posts and forts, true, that needs to be reinvented, I think. The entire exploration system, I think, should probably get a facelift. Trying to think of how we could do that. Should we have it in a way that feels somewhat historical, maybe? Like, maybe we should have it where you sponsor an exploration to go in a general direction, and then they just kind of figure it out from there. You're like, yeah, here's some money, go find something. You can sponsor, like, an expedition. Perhaps. Got tired of Portugal? Nope, this is simply what's on the plan for today. Oh, Spoleto joined the coalition. Okay. That's not a big deal. Oh yeah, that's not a big deal. So when is this? Oh, that means that the truce is up, isn't it? Oh yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and do this, and we will probably do this. Get a little more support. And then we will fabricate a CB on Spoleto. And we will take Spoleto. Probably stop drilling the army. Okay, coalitions are not real. Proximity could be fixed with forts. I think we went over that already. It seems like the easiest and best option so far. Well, forts plus extras. Forts, towns, cities, and then the ultimate truth nuke. You actually should not get any control in rural areas that you have no proximity in. Doesn't matter if it's a core. I don't care. No proximity. It is now illegal. Cores, I think, should be useful for separatism and general satisfaction and let me think about that. Oh, and also if you have a core on like a town or a city, I think you should get like more proximity generation. But not in a rural area. That's too bad. Maybe if you have like a core and it's a fort, possibly. I don't know. I feel like forts should just be like their own thing in terms of proximity. Sort of like separated from towns and cities. That would nuke the RGO meta? Doesn't have to. Well, okay, I could see that it would affect it for sure. I cannot ransom you, what? Okay. You're just gonna stay in the capital for a bit then, I guess. It doesn't really have to nuke the RGO meta, actually. Because, let me explain what I'm thinking with it. I mean, I kind of did explain it a little bit, but it's been a few days. It's like, because towns and cities radiate proximity, and because forts can, in theory, then the idea is that if you construct enough of those in enough places, then you will still get some decent control in some rural areas. So I think it's valid. I like the idea of bailiffs, but they kind of suck. True. Bailiffs are they're so circumstantial that I kind of forget that they exist in the game, I'm not gonna lie. I spend most of my time forgetting that bailiffs exist. The only time that I think about them is if, like, let's say we have like a silver mine or something, right? We don't. Or, you know, it still looks fine, but like, if we have a silver or a gold mine, and I have low proximity, then I'm like, oh yeah, bailiffs. And then I put one down and I get a little bit of money. Outside of that, that's kind of it. In my mind, they functionally do not exist. Now imagine if you had forts radiate proximity. Why can't I take this? Who are you? Rossetto. What does your flag look like again? This one. Can I take that? Thanks. Yoink. Hey man, can I take this? It's actually a really important question. Can I take this? Can I please have a menu? Thank you. Okay, this is not ideal. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy how that works. Wait, did you say no to this? Don't you play games with me? Right, we're still pushing towards land. We will fix that once we build an actual navy. Speaking of which, we are currently getting docks. So that'll be kind of soon. Okay, now we're going to annex this. Well, very juicy looking Provence over here. No, that's a horrible idea. Also, I need to fix that. How much money can I even take from you? Oh, you're broke. Okay, never mind. We'll just finish this war. Hello? There we go. Alright, full money, full war reps. Maybe I'll take this too. Who are you? Monza. Can I have that? Thank you. Alright. Now we'll finish this, I think. Yeah, now we'll finish this. Okay, how bad is this? That could be worse. That's actually nothing. Alright, we should improve relations with the Pope. Because I don't think they're actually going to excommunicate me, but it wouldn't be very funny if they did. Because even though we are a republic, we are functionally like an elective monarchy because it's until this guy dies. Maybe the bailiffs could stack with counting houses and forts. So counting houses at 5%, forts at 5%. But they don't work without the bailiff. I feel like at that point, we just reduce it to make it the forts. Just make it like a fort. Have it do that. Or maybe, like, I agree having multiple buildings for proximity might not be a horrible idea. Like, oh, maybe you can have a bailiff and a fort and it gives you even more proximity. Okay, that's maybe not a bad idea. But I don't think it should rely on the bailiff. Because unless it's an upgrade, that's kind of like a weird break from the way that buildings normally work. Having to have another building in the same location to build a kind of building, I don't think that exists yet. Other than, you know, like upgrades, obviously. Bailiff only being available in rural is so bad. I agree that they need to have... Okay, so you know that one thing that Spain gets? Or I guess it's really like anybody in Iberia, I think, gets this. The viceroyalties. Fortress churches work exactly like that. Okay, that's fair. I didn't think we had anything like that, so it would be like a weird departure, but if we already have a system like that, then I suppose. Anyway, you know how Spain gets these viceroyalty buildings that they can place in cities and towns? I think that that should be a thing that every country gets, actually. I don't know why that's unique to Spain. Unless we do have a universal one that I'm forgetting. Are they the lieutenancies? Where do we actually get those? Maybe we do not have those. Well, it doesn't even matter. Age of Revolutions. There's no such thing as proximity. Here we go. That's not it. I don't think we have a universal building like that. It's just the one that Spain gets. We'll just make one giving proximity and the other max control, so they would still be separate in how they work, but able to complement each other. Yeah, kind of like the way that Tombos work with Bailiffs pretty well. Because the Tombo gives you, I think it's 5% additional control. The Iberians could keep the special one as an improved one. And it's also only able to build outside of your region. Yeah, well, I think being able to build it outside of your region is still, like, really strong. Or being able to build it at all. Even if it has restrictions. But you're right, like, maybe just letting them have one that is notably better. That's fine. What do we actually have in here? Some wool, horses, marble. Ooh. Wine and silk. Alright. Hello? I feel like I remember this guy's name from a history class. It's a very memorable name. Probably from high school, I don't know. Anyway. Lose infinite money, we get innovative, he joins the court and we get research. Honestly, that's worth it. Because now we can get docks, and with docks we can start to build actual maritime presence. Infinite docks, please. More docks. Or are the Iberian ones called lieutenancies, not viceroyalties? Maybe they changed the name for those. Which is reasonable considering it would be a little confusing. Do you think the colonization system needs improvement? How do you think it should be improved? Okay, first, I think they need to give greater importance to the historical motivations which encouraged colonization. In other words, they need to change when the Columbian Exchange starts. And I know they gave the reasons why they don't want the Columbian Exchange to start all the way back when it did historically. Because, you know, it would clutter the situation list. But considering the impact of the Columbian Exchange in the game, and how, as a situation, it isn't actually as present as most other situations, I don't think it really adds too much clutter at all. Maybe it's about, you know, the AI priorities and they're too cluttered at that point. Maybe there isn't enough prestige in the game early enough for them to want to put it there. Arguably, you shouldn't need prestige to move things around. So yeah, move the Columbian Exchange. That will allow sugar to be grown in the New World. Or I mean, you could even introduce aspects of it piecemeal. So first you're able to move sugar over, and then you're able to move, I don't know, tobacco around or something. And then eventually throughout the ages you can add more and more stuff. Maybe you need a certain supply level, like a certain presence to be able to actually move it. Maybe you need to import enough potatoes to actually start planting potatoes. That kind of thing. I don't know. Wouldn't that also allow New World nations to get horses super early? You could restrict the interactions. So, for example, as I mentioned, like, actually, are horses one of the things you can move? Maybe they are. Anyway, the point would be, if you don't have horses in your market, maybe you shouldn't be able to move horses over. Maybe you have to import some first, which would create a big restriction in the New World, because having played like the Haudenosaunee and stuff, like I realized you can't really intentionally import stuff from the Europeans for a while. Not until like 1630, 1650, because that's how long it takes for you to discover a market in Europe. So because you can't really choose what to import, you can't really decide to swap the goods around yourself. And maybe if you swap an RGO, maybe it should have like a decaying modifier on that location for reducing the amount that you actually get out of it. Maybe like 10 or 15 years of reduced production as it decays down to normal levels. Well, I guess, you know, the debuff decays. Likely mixing that guy up with Niccolo Machiavelli. Well, I would have remembered Machiavelli. Mostly because I had to read some excerpts from The Prince in high school for history class. We want protected harbors. I think we also want, monthly research progress. Hold up. Wait a second, we're definitely taking that. Now, where's the thing that I want? Where are my coastal forts? Can I even build a Pound Lock Canal yet? Hold on. Yes, we can. Okay, maybe I'll do that. Where are my coastal forts? Okay, hold on. Even when I can't spell coastal? Here we go. Don't really want to do all that research yet, actually. Okay, never mind, we're not doing that. Hey Corbett, how do you make such a good economy? I played Milan, and by that time, I only made around 20 gold per month. Okay, so... how do I want to do this? Because I could give like a brief economy explanation, but maybe I would want to clip it so that I don't have to answer it multiple times. You guys remember that one short that I made? Actually, this was before shorts. That was basically like, oh, how do you carpet siege in EU4? And then I just like sent people the video so that I wouldn't have to like repeat it every time. Maybe I'll do that for this. Anyway, so brief economy explanation. Basically, your capital is the most important thing you own. If you want a good economy, you're just gonna like... Sorry, this is Siena. This is Florence. You're gonna stack up your capital. You're gonna stack it up until you don't have any more building levels. This way you get 100% of the tax base of what's being produced here. Right? So you want your market capital to be your capital. You kind of want them to be together for the most part, with a few exceptions. And this is going to allow you to sell things at the highest price for the market and then collect the most possible taxes. What map mode is that? This one, the market one? Anyway, we're gonna forge forward a little bit. One that appears the cities. The location one? Proximity? We have many. Anyway, let's not get too sidetracked. You want them to kind of be one and the same. You're going to stack a bunch of buildings in here. I'm going to turn down the music a little bit. That is super loud for me. And then, as you're building in here, you will eventually realize, wait a second, we're building either too many things at once, because you have too much money, or you've run out of building slots. So like, for example, oh no, we've stacked up the capital, we have too many things being built here, it's going to take us 3 years to build stuff. That is when you start building other things in other locations around you, right? If you run out of population to work in the capital, like you don't have enough burgers or something, and you have to wait long enough, that's another instance you start building up nearby. But basically, you're going to have like a really urbanized core center. And you're just going to like build up this core for the most part. In terms of like creating buildings that are productive, that like make you money and stuff. On top of that, it's really useful if you go into your goods tab here and you just take a look at like what's going to make you the most money. This is also super important because there's like a lot of times where you have a rural RGO that's actually going to make you a lot more money. And what's useful is that when you click on this number here is actually going to be the amount added to the tax base, which means you can reliably look at this and figure out what's going to earn you the most money. This is money that goes directly to the tax base. So, literally just sort by the highest amount of money you make. Click it maybe once or twice. If you don't have enough laborers in there, then it might take a while to stack it up, so don't pile it on too much at once. Spread it out a little bit. Right? Go through your goods at a few different locations. And also, it's important to try not to build anything that's really low. Like down here, this is a bad thing to build. This might actually make us lose money. Now, why is that? It's because it's going to sell for a low value. You're not going to get a lot of the money here in terms of tax base because you have low control. But it's still going to add the full amount to the market. In other words, the supply increases, so the price of the good decreases, but you're not making a lot of money off of it. So don't fall for the trap of just producing as much as possible. You want to produce as much as you can collect money off of at a reasonable amount. So, like, we'll build up these fiber crops, but notably, we will not build up these fiber crops. using the mass expand button is really all you need to do. To a point. I mean, eventually when you have a bunch of money, but if you want to play super efficient in the early game, then, you know. Crashing the price does have benefits. That's true. Okay, we get to the second part. We get to the part that we call, well, yeah, collapsing the price of goods. Namely, the ones that you use for building. This usually includes stuff like masonry, sand, sometimes it's tools as well, so you want to build a lot of those. But if you can get the price of something like masonry to be super low, masonry here, we want this price to be low, because this is the cost of construction, where it's something that we use in construction. And then also, it's a really good idea to build a bunch of marketplaces. I say usually, sometimes it isn't. Like, for some reason, we're not making much money here. Usually, it's worth it to make a bunch of marketplaces. Sometimes weird things happen, and I don't know what's wrong with our trade right now, but... yeah, there's that. Also, you kind of want to build a lot of the same thing in the same city, because we have a production efficiency. So for example, well, there are two parts to that. So one, we have the production efficiency from having 10 levels of the building here. This will increase over time, so now we get like 7.2%. But also notably, we have wool in the same province. So because of that, we get more production efficiency, which means we make more things. Really good, especially for the capital. We just make a bunch of stuff, make a bunch of money. More things means that you can sell them to other places, so you can trade the excess, the surplus, for more money. That kind of thing. What's next? I need to drink water, that's next. What's next is proximity. That's a big one. So you're playing as Milan? Let me see here. Also, my mod is not working for my roads, and I don't know why. Hold on. Let me save real quick. I think I need to re-enable it. Yes, they're both disabled. I cannot enable them. What have you done? What happened to my mods? Not adamant. Oh, okay, they changed like the... whatever. Create a new playset. We don't really need debug toggle on. Oh. Okay. Alright, we good now? One mod on. Better road builder? Let's go. Okay, perfect. Why are you only wearing the front part of the hat? I couldn't afford the back part of the hat. Playing without debug? Dangerous. I'll just enable it again if something goes bad. They seem to have done something strange with trade, though. Spoon found in the kitchen. That happens a lot. Oh, I actually, before we continue, did they change anything in this beta patch recently? Did they update the beta like today or yesterday? Let me take a look. EU5 1.0.10 beta. There was a patch for me just now. Uh-oh. Did they... Oh, today, literally... Wait, what the hell? A new post. Today, 1 minute in the future. At 3 p.m. It's not even 3 p.m. That's weird. Okay, what did they change? Slave rating from privateering works. Uh-huh. Okay, maybe I should close the game again. Sorry, I know it's like a really long-winded explanation. This will be edited down, probably. Okay, we're gonna close the game and actually update. Apparently they updated it like 10 minutes ago. I think people mostly watch these streams for tips anyway, so... No UI mods, no auto-marry for courtiers. I'm a simple man. Didn't they fix the auto-marry issue too? It did not update. Hold on. I think I can fix that. If I swap to a no beta and then this beta, okay, there we go. I can force it to check for an update. There we go. That should be updated now. In theory, it has been updated. I guess we'll see. Okay, we'll take a look at Milan, and I'll show you how your proximity for Milan should work in theory. Watch for tips and Corbett Riz. I really appreciate you, you hyping me up like that. Don't worry, I know that I'm absolutely Rizless. That's understandable. I mean, I play Paradox games. Not a lot of Riz in those. You don't have to gaslight me. Alright, anyway. So, Milan, what are you gonna do? You have your capital in Milano, I'm sure, probably. So what do we have? Here are your rivers, okay? So your river, your main things to look at here for Milan is that the rivers move in this direction, right? You go down to this little delta. So you, as Milan, honestly, you could get away with having your capital actually in like Lodi. And it might be fine. Or like Pavia. Probably in, or even Cremona. Maybe. Well, anywhere in this general area, Milan's fine. So your proximity is going to travel along this river. You need to directly own basically all of this. Like, just don't make subjects in this direction. You should just, like, directly integrate this. And then, maybe have subjects, like, off to the sides. Perhaps. Like, you really want this. And in terms of roads, you really only have to build a few to like here and maybe around this area. But you have like a really good start for proximity. Like you can have control flow all the way down here. So yeah, as Milan, you're in a really good spot for that. You don't have to build too many roads. Your proximity is going to be very, very solid. So basically, just build up your capital a lot. That should help. Oh, and also, if you don't have a lot of control or proximity somewhere, then you should make subjects, which is why we made subjects in Sardinia. We will integrate them once we have ships and we can actually send our proximity out into the Mediterranean properly. But for the time being, you want them to hold on to that stuff for you because if you don't hold on to it, or rather if you do hold on to it, and you have almost no control, then that money just disappears. Which is one of the biggest gripes I have with EU5, I think. Is that when you don't collect taxes, the money simply doesn't exist. It doesn't make the local nobles richer. There's no embezzlement, even, which is funny. Just the money doesn't exist if you're not collecting it. So you might as well have someone collect it for you, and then they will pay you money. Notice how we're making some pretty decent cash off of subjects. Right? Pretty solid amount each month. They're holding on to stuff that I can't collect taxes in. That's like the brief rundown of economics, I think. It should be good enough to get you started. Milan gets an event to move it to Pavia? That might be a better capital. Only because, well, actually, we can check this. Yeah, Pavia, I think, would be a better capital. Because from Pavia to Lodi, it is downstream river. From Pavia to here, I think it's downstream river. Oh, maybe it's not. Okay, in this case, it crosses here and then goes downstream. Okay. That's fine, okay. I think Pavia might be a better capital for Milan, actually. The estates should embezzle it, then spend it on goods feeding back into your economy. Maybe, or just use it to build more buildings. To enrich themselves and give themselves more power. I kept Milan because of roleplay aspects, and that's completely fair. The difference is small, but noticeable. But it isn't really the end of the world if you keep it in Milan. It's not a big deal. Also, Pope, can I have money? Actually, you hate me. France, do you hate me? Nah, we're chill. Hey, France, can I have money? Excellent. Thank you. That's what I'm saying, estate buildings should consume upkeep goods? Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. I thought you meant like they should increase the goods demands of the pops themselves. Yeah, the Pope really doesn't like me. That's crazy. Sorry, Pope. That's crazy. Moved to Pavia with the event, then moved to Genoa later when I had the Pound Lock canals in Alessandria and owned Tuscany. Oh yeah, okay, that works. That works for sure. Actually, can you build a Pound Lock canal here? I think so. Okay, yeah, that would work pretty well. Because if you have your capital in Genoa, then it's one proximity movement. Move from here to here. And then you also get to access this river as well. You just don't really get to access this river as much. But if you have roads that are good enough, I'd say like in the first 2 ages, this is fine. And then you get better roads and then maybe move it to Genoa as you expand into Italy. Because naval proximity is the easiest kind to get. Hence actually why we're building a bunch of docks right now. Also, actually, do I have the ability to build the ships that I want? Barks? Yes, that's exactly what I want. First, we're going to build a few galleys. So we'll go with like 1, 2, 3... Get 6 of those. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Build a few more as well. Any colonies yet? It's 1388. What do you mean, any colonies yet? The only colonies we have, in quotes, is Sardinia. Plans for colonies? Potentially. I was thinking it would be interesting to do like a Roman Empire campaign. Assuming I'm allowed to do that. Can I? Well, we'll see after we form Italy. Yeah, this coalition's pretty weak. Let me just improve relations and then they'll forget about it. Protected harbor, nice. Everyone does Rome. Well, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to do Rome just because of the way proximity works. It's a very reasonable thing to do. Please, thank you. Want to select my ships. Yeah, these are all galleys, okay. We're gonna keep these for fighting, and then the barks are just gonna be basically proximity. I've been doing an Aquileia campaign 20 years ahead of you, but miles behind in terms of like everything. I think... I don't know. We got lucky or something. Couldn't tell you what we got lucky in, but I'm sure somewhere along the line. We actually got lucky that Aragon decided to give me free money in that war, when I really thought they would simply... I don't know how that war was going to end. We definitely weren't winning it, though. Okay, Pope kind of likes me, that's good. I think it's because I like to play these games slowly, which means all of my actions are more minute. Also, 2 Sicilies, cool. Ooh, you moved your capital here. That is so funny. Oh, this is fantastic. Dude, this is... Basically, Naples is free right now. Moving their capital is the best thing they could have done for me. Also, we should invade them because they've allied France, and I don't like that. Oh, hello. You're kind of expensive, but I do like innovative. Sure. I feel like if they unified like this, they'd just be called the Kingdom of Sicily. I feel like if they unified like this, they'd just be called Naples. Because they moved their capital. It's just Naples. You know what? They're pretty much doing the same thing. Whatever. Okay, new parliament issue. How bad is this? It's not that bad. Okay. We'll go with promote urbanization. Ooh, I really like this. I just don't know if we have the support for it. You know what? I am gonna do that. And then I'm gonna do this for sure. And we're going to get... Wait, unless I have a CB, because sometimes I do. No, okay. Fabricate a CB on 2 Sicilies for this. We'll stop drilling as well. Can I build artillery? No. You know what? Let's get some camp followers. Get 4 of those. And we'll build some more of these. Whoa, not you. More silk. Okay, I think we're pretty much ready to declare war. Hungary will join. That's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, do you have a navy, actually? Oh, okay. Potential levies. Okay. You have galleys. They are, I assume, the Mediterranean galleys? Oh, yeah, okay. The default ones. That's cool. So, we're going to get this navy into here. Need to pick ahistorical underformable countries to make the Roman Empire? Bruh. No way. Florence into Tuscany, into Italy, then Rome, then Europa. Oh right, yeah, I forgot that's another... the next tier formable. Okay, I had a slight heart attack when I saw this. Never mind, we're good. That is not France. Actually, can France even join at this point? You must have already said no, right? Hopefully. Actually, Rome is now tier 5. It's cooked. It's actually over. That's a lot of ships. Hold on. Transports. Is that just a lot of transports? I think it is. Okay, I mean, I think we should win this, probably. It's just transports. Okay, yeah. I also stole a lot of them. My boats now. What's the difference between the tiers? It's just like a better version of the EU4 system. So you know in EU4 you had endgame tags? Well, now tier 5 counts as like endgame tag. So if you're a tier 2 country, you can't form a tier 1 country, that kind of thing. Oh, hello. Fancy seeing you here. So no more Aragon into Italy, into Romania, into Rome? Pretty much. Are those boats unauthorized boats in the Mediterranean? You have a license for that boat? Yeah, I didn't think so. Coalition disbanded, let's go. I don't know why, but I'll take it. If France likes me, we're chill. Hi Naples, not gonna fight me on the mountain? I really appreciate that, actually. I know that took a lot of restraint. The De Medici Bank? Hell yeah. Now, if only we could get them in charge again. Oh, we can play as the bank. Let's go. Alrighty, we'll take that. Bank gameplay. One of these days. Maybe I should do a banking game next. I've been playing too many real countries. Too many tags where you build things and have population and actually somewhat care about the well-being of your citizens. I think we should stop doing that. Am I even in this province? I don't know. Oh, I guess so. That's the other thing. I kind of wish we had instant army movement. Or I wish we had the option for it. I don't think we do. Graphics. Do we have instant armies? Single unit armies? Okay, that's not really what I meant. Yeah, I don't think we have that. Okay, we'll win this probably. Yeah, for sure. Goodbye, Naples. Alright. Checking out the Formables wiki, and there's Europa at tier 5. You need 1,500 locations in Europe. Well, you know, it is the Europa tag. You're not going to get that for just having, like, a quarter of Europe. You gotta work for it. Also, the reason why Naples is basically free now is because since they moved their capital... Hold on, maybe I should wait a little longer. It depends. Yeah, they still have high control. So what I should do... Actually, does sieging change that? Maybe? I don't think it does. I guess we'll have to find out. So we want this control to tick down. Once the control is super low in Naples, the city, as it ticks down to 50%, we should be able to take it very cheap. Because a lot of the war score cost is wrapped up in control value. Especially because of the age right now. If we go to the ages, we can see Age of Renaissance, control impact on war score minus 20%, and then in the Age of Revolutions it goes down to minus 100%. So if we sit on this for a while and wait, then Naples will become really cheap to take. But if we have to finish the war early, then I'm totally fine with taking like this stuff over here. How bad is this? Okay, well, we'll think about that for a while. But yeah, we should be able to take a good chunk of Naples, probably. How are we doing here? Not great. Yeah, that's what I expected. Wait, what did we just unlock? Commission art? What is this? Wait, that's a thing I can do? Could I do that the entire time? That's expensive. Is this something that you always had to do? I don't think so. Artist skill development booked. Salary as artist. I like this guy. You know what? Make some artwork. Thank you. What about the Europa Universalis tag? The secret tier 6. What about the synthetics tag? So 1 painting or 5 hospitals. You already know what I'm taking. Bad battle. Not that bad, actually. Maybe I should have waited to invade them. Well, no, they're allied to France. False support of the 2 Sicilies. Real. Furthermore, I believe the 2 Sicilies should be balkanized. What have I missed? We basically just talked about economy and then invaded Spoleto and now two Sicilies. I'll have to remember to actually make a clip out of that. I did get kind of sidetracked, but I'll put something together. Yeah, my maritime presence actually kind of sucks. That's cool. I feel like I'm not making as much money as I used to be. Yes, we are absolutely not making as much as we used to be. And is that a market thing? Is it a tax-based thing? Tax-based thing. Okay. Oh, right, I raised levies. Yeah, that does that. Please, let me siege this first. Please, do not let them take the 7%. Please let me take this. I've been here for so long. Don't do this. Shit. Of course. But when I try to get the 28%, I'm sitting here for half a year. When I try to get the 28%, I'm sitting here month after month after month with nothing. Okay, did you refill the garrison? Damn it, they did refill the garrison. But not that much. It could be worse. Did I refill the garrison? Yes. What if I assault this chat? No, that's not worth it. Might be the first time I've heard Corbett swear. You have to join the live streams for that. That's special content. Because, like, the live stream monetization for ads and stuff, like, I don't care that much. And most of the time, they don't actually get me on it either. But for videos, I'm like, yeah, maybe we should keep it a little PG for the advertisers. Okay, new idea. Where was that 2,000 coming from? What? Am I crazy? There's no one else here, it's just me. Okay, whatever. You don't have time for this. New plan. Opposite plan. Oh, I have like no professional soldiers. That's a problem. Okay, we're doing this plan. Give me like 2 months. Okay, let me move you back over to here. And then we're going to... I should have done this the first time. Oh. Hold on. Oh, do we have like an election going on? I think so. Okay, fine. You'll be in charge. No, you'll be in charge. I like this guy. He's in charge. Well, you're going to be in charge for this battle. Now you can be in charge. Scandalous unsubscribed. Fair. Another funny thing about the Game Awards, actually, is that they have that category for Best Content Creator. I actually forgot they had that. Okay, hold on. Second problem. I am not solving this problem very well. I don't know where the AI is. Where did they go? There you are. Hey. No. Don't run. This was fated to happen. Wait, what? Where are you going? You're going back, it seems. Okay. Cool. Never mind. Corbett for top 5 content creator 2026? Absolutely. I do occasionally consider the fact that I would be pretty much ineligible for the vast majority of any kind of content creator awards. And the main reason for that is specifically because I only play grand strategy games. Orbit for the VTuber Awards, true. Didn't they have those, when were those? I feel like they do those. I don't remember who hosts it, but like that's definitely a thing that actually exists. Oh, those were galleys. Shoot, hold on. I need to actually repair my ships. Corbett for Best Corbett Award? I don't know. I feel like I would place a solid second place. It would be close, though. Okay, what do we have for this? Very low proximity? No proximity, almost. That's really cool. Why do I have so much here? What? Oh, lake buff. Right, okay. Mine is 40. Damn. Okay, maybe I should build a road into here. Yeah, I should build a road into here. I thought this would be upstream. Actually, why isn't that upstream? This has to be the most clear-cut case of an upstream river from here to here, right? How is that not upstream? Huh? Corbett for top 5 grand strategy content creator. I don't know. I don't know if I'd reach top 5. Probably not. Got it, no Cahokia? Okay, yeah, I forgot to answer. And also, yeah, you're right, no Cahokia. More like Nokia. This is not a good fight. It's a really bad fight. Let me fight you. If you run away, I will be disappointed. Do not run. Do not run from your fate. Top 5 grand strategy VTuber content creator. Okay, I feel like I could make the top 5 in that specific of a category. Fair enough. There aren't very many of those. Crazy, this is still 1934. Not too crazy if you've watched any of my content for a while. If you've watched any of the streams for a while, this is actually a very normal stream. Naples, you aggravate me. And I want you to know that there is a very special spot in hell just for you. In your opinion, would you create a new market in your own country if you owned more than one? What? Either whole or in part? What? Like in Tuscany? I mean, we definitely will have more than one market. We'll probably have like these 3. I'm thinking like Florence, Venezia, Naples. Like that's a good trio, probably. Depends on the size of the country and also the market access, really. Because you can get market access pretty high in places where it matters. Just with marketplaces. Top 5 Anbanar content creator. Let's go. If we get niche enough, I feel like I could score #1 in some category. Sometimes I'll also give subjects their own markets. I need to drink more water. Yeah, sometimes I'll give subjects their own markets. Because oftentimes they're going to be far away from my capital anyway. Which means they're usually far away from my market. From the market center. Also, can I finish this? What if I do this? That is better. What's your control? Ooh, still pretty high. Did you see the EU5 Anbanar screenshot? I did actually, yes. That was that 2 days ago it came out? I did see the screenshot. It's going to be a while until I think we have a working, playable, solid version of EU5 Anbanar, but it looks good. It is a good start. Apparently they ported it somehow. I'm not really sure how they did that. But I heard that they ported the map over. Okay, also, Hungary would leave. They wouldn't pay me though, which kind of sucks, because I would love their money. But I think we have to actually siege a fort for that. Well, hold on, I'll let you take Zagreb. Provence. Money war reps. I hope you have a wonderful day. I have less war score against Hungary now. Okay, man, you can just leave. Fine. Alright, things have changed. Total cost of peace just went down dramatically, and I don't really know why. So, we're gonna go ahead and just take more stuff, I guess. Is this really that bad? Medici. Oh, right, the bank. It doesn't seem that bad, to be honest. Although, I think what I would prefer is maybe like... No, that's too mean. I won't do that. Okay, no, we'll do this. Yeah. Yeah. Well... The stuff up here is really expensive because it's all subjects. Once again, control has a big impact on this. So actually, you get to keep that. That's fine. It's actually sort of better for you if the AI starts to invade a bunch of countries. Well, okay, it kind of depends. If they don't make a bunch of subjects, then it's really good for you. If they do make a bunch, then it's horrible for you. Also, I think England is winning the 100 Years' War, and I kind of hate this. Oh, maybe not. Ooh. Devastating. But England is still stronger. This is so cursed. Alright, anyway, if England wins, game's cooked, it's over, we're restarting. Just kidding. But, anyway, we'll take this stuff. Unless you guys can think of a better peace deal, which I'm gonna let you do while I run to the washroom, and I'll be right back. You're still taking a subject or a location from their subject? Am I? No, we own this. Yeah, we own that. Beautiful piece. Look at that. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna yoink this. Any complaints? Many of them. Damn, that's crazy. Huh. Anyway. Ah, that's beautiful. Look at that. So how do we form Italy again? We need Milano. Sure. We need... That's a lot. We need a lot more stuff. But mostly we need to integrate subjects. Also, how bad is this? I can't believe it's actually so free to expand. It's kind of crazy. Do I have naval levies? Oh right, I stole their levies. Alright, let's do that. Also, I forgot to build more ships. But I feel kind of dumb. That should be enough. Have we missed the Italian wars? Italian wars? What do you mean? These are the Italian wars. I actually don't know what triggers that. Okay, actually, maybe instead of just keeping this stuff... Well, hold on, let the proximity update. Oh, this is the updated proximity. That's crazy. Funny how that works. Okay, so maybe we should release a couple of subjects. Maybe. I think I'll actually keep some of the coastal stuff here. I think we can build up proximity fast enough along the coastline that it's fine to keep the stuff on the coasts. But like this stuff in the center, like, yeah, we're gonna make a subject here. They started in the 1400s. Okay, we're chilling. Do we have a historical subject? No. Okay. We'll make one in here then. Actually, maybe this part of the coastline I'll give to subjects. Corbett, can you play this game in any date? No. I think having 2 provinces in from the coastline is fine. That's actually... no, that's 2. 2, that's 2 in. This is 2 in. This is not 2 in. Okay, that should be fine, I think. Explore the Canary Islands so you steal colonialism from the AI. Wait, is that how you steal it? Well, we do have money. Screw it. U4 is better than because you can play in any date. I'm gonna be honest. I have to 100% disagree. With it being better because you can play in the other start dates. I do not like the other U4 start dates. Alright, we do have to start integrating subjects. We should integrate you. Actually, I need to improve relations with my subjects. They do not like me. We could probably get maybe some control over here. Oh, that's Venice, my bad. We can definitely get some over here. Improve with this subject. Improve with this subject. Yeah, we'll start with that. Okay, so why are we able to steal colonialism? New World? Concept has not appeared yet. Yeah, I know. Where does it appear? %1 chance it will appear each month. Okay, yeah. But where? Ah, there we go. Tooltips within tooltips within tooltips. I see. At least one of these. Oh. Okay, so it depends on the rules. So I think because we have the dynamic rule... Do I have dynamic on? Hold on. Yeah, I have dynamic on. Okay, so because we have that on, we can take a look. Needs to be in Western Europe or North Africa. Do we count as Western Europe? Looks like it. Okay. As an owner is a port over 2,000 burghers. I think we have Pisa. I think that counts. Dominant culture is Tuscan. And we need to discover the Azores, Canary Islands, or South Macaronesia. Okay. Pretty good amount of land for 1390. How's AE? AE is actually not real. Antagonism was invented by the big weapons lobby to sell more weapons for war. Actually, maybe I'll invade Venice. How many ships do you have? How many actual ships do you have? 11 galleys, 2 lights, and some transports. Yeah, we're invading Venice. It's funny because I've been improving relations with them, but that's too bad. I'm an idiot. Okay, we'll take that too. Fabricate CB. Venice. We shall take Padua at least. To spawn New World, you have to explore the Azores or the Canary Islands. Or Macaronesia. Which I guess is this. So, yeah, pretty much. AE dissolves so much faster than EU4? Kinda, yeah. Or, you know, antagonism. It is kind of silly in this game. A little bit of a silly mechanic. What have you done? You fool. Loses amateur, gains adept. Okay, you're stupid, but you're worth the money, probably. Unmarried consul? That doesn't really matter. Okay, we'll give it a little bit longer to regenerate some manpower. Actually, I lied because Venice is going to join the coalition. They're already in the coalition. Okay, let's go to war. My bad. I don't have a diplomat. Shoot. I am dumb. Corbett, you still studying? Always. Every day when I wake up, I learn something new. Every day is studying, actually, if you really think about it. I'm just kidding. I actually have no idea what you're talking about. College? Oh, that's what you mean. Oh. It's been so long since someone asked me that, I actually forgot for a brief moment that I, yeah, no, I finished my degree. Because you used to live stream only on the weekends? Oh, okay. Do you mean like... Right, so... I actually finished my degree like a while ago. Like... Back in... Was that April, I guess? April plus a year ago. So it's actually been like a year and a half. I've just been streaming on the weekends because it takes so long to make videos during the day that I usually just don't stream during the day. Or during weekdays, rather. Yeah, I've been only streaming on weekends because I figured that would be a good time when people are available to watch. And a time when, I don't know, I've kind of done everything for the week already. Because streaming feels a lot more casual than making a video. Now you're just unemployed like the rest of us? Hey, hold on a second. If I'm unemployed, why am I paying taxes? Checkmate. Thanks to YouTube. True. Screw it, let's speed for this. while I just look at chat and wait for sieges to finish, because there's not really much for us to do here. I work on weekends, somehow enough to pay the bills and mortgage. I mean, it's all I really need. Well, to start with. You have heavy ships? Uh-oh. I don't think we're fighting those. Unless... No, we're not fighting that. So we should make some heavies, I think. We should research heavies. Also, didn't someone say that legislative efficiency secretly also affects your antagonism, but it doesn't tell you that? It's a flat 1-to-1 antagonism reduction? That's crazy. Or any chance of ever playing Europa Universalis 1 for a stream or video? Maybe. Could happen. I'd have to ask them to play it. They'd have to, like, dig up the code somewhere. They'd have to unearth it from the archives. Because I don't know if you can even buy it anywhere. Do you miss college? Okay, I have to get this out of the way because it just feels weird. When people say college, I know it's like an American thing for college to be like the place where you get degrees and stuff. But like college means like a different thing in Canada. So every time someone says college, I just try to translate in my head like he means university, surely. Probably. But honestly, no, I don't miss it, not even a little. Well, maybe some things. I can tell that I don't miss it by the way that I actually still have nightmares about like deadlines and stuff. You can get EU1 and 2 on GOG. Okay. I could check it out. What province are you from? Ontario. Hold on a second. Unauthorized ships in the Mediterranean? Oh, never mind. They have heavies. Okay. My bad. You can go, man. What's your credit card number? 5943-2781-9237-8892. Yeah, I guess we'll take this for the research progress. That's cool. Did I not get research progress? Am I crazy? Did I click the wrong one? What? Oh? You turned him away? I clicked the bottom option, right? The one that said, give me 10 research points? Oh, the other country got him. Okay, whatever. It's fine. That isn't a valid credit card number? I was waiting for someone to notice. Too many messages. Hold on. Can we ask what uni you went to? No, sorry. But I will tell you that there is one person out there that did recognize me in university and is aware of what university I went to. But that person likely does not watch me anymore because that was 3, maybe 4 years ago. So you'll never know. Also, no, whoa, don't do that. Not do that. You're going into here and you're staying there. Do not do that. From your voice? No, back when I used like Facecam. The ancient era. Actually, can I get the Pope to leave? Really, man? I guess it hasn't been 12 months either, but really? Aren't you using Facecam right now? Okay, true. Real. The one person who recognized you in uni hates the Overwatch streamer. Okay, chill. Relax. This was the post-Overwatch era. Most people don't even know about that era. Okay, Pope, you're gonna give me money. But also I kind of want that. It's just one town. You guys don't care, right? Probably. Thank you. Yeah, I'll have to give that away, I think. Maybe I'll keep it. I don't know. We can also embrace meritocracy. That's actually not very cheap, but we can bump up stability for a second. And we can embrace that. Venice. We would like to go ahead and actually take Venice itself. We do have some people on it. What's the hottest place in Canada? If you mean literal climate, I think it's the West Coast. It might be the southern part. Well, I don't know actually. It might be the southern part of Vancouver Island. But also it might not be. There's a desert in Alberta? Well, yeah. But if we're talking like the climate definition of a desert, that just means that not a lot of stuff lives there. If we're talking like the hottest, I think we're talking about like average temperature. Google said Fort Alexander is the hottest place in Canada. I have no idea where that is. Up to 30 Celsius. I mean, I know for sure in the summers where I live, it can easily get up to like 35. Maybe I should have the Pope not hate me. Maybe. Some days in August, 35 or 30 would be like mild. I feel like people are gonna try and geolocate me based on the answers I'm giving. Like, a climate that gets up to 35 in the summer. Wonder where he lives. Oh, I have no money. Hold on. Yeah, let's not do that anymore. No need to geolocate, I'm already in your walls. I think chat altogether simultaneously counts as in my walls because I'm seeing these voices that don't exist. They're not real. This is actually chat's true form. The hallucination in the walls. Okay, I don't think I actually queued that up, did I? No, I didn't. That was weird. Give me that. What else do I want, actually? Income from minting, hell yeah. Minting threshold, hell yeah. I love printing money. What else do I want? Bureaucracy. We love bureaucracy. Oh, did they nerf this? It's 0.1 monthly prosperity instead of 0.25. It's cooked. It's actually cooked. Okay, I think I want men-at-arms. And then probably cannons. Why did the economy collapse? Because trade collapsed. And it collapsed because it's funny. I don't know, actually. Maybe I need to toggle trade. Turn it off and back on. If this fixes it, I'll be kind of sad. Because, like, this is dumb. Ooh, free money, hell yeah. It might have fixed it.
Trade collapse due to trade collapse.
Real, true. Thank you very much, Inferior Pants, for the Prime sub for the 2 months. Trade collapse because it's funny to have the trade collapse. That seems to be how it's going. I don't know why trade is collapsing. We should definitely be able to export more stuff. Wait, what is this? I don't understand. We have so much fine cloth, we can definitely export a ton of fine cloth. Maybe everyone has too much of everything? Because they're playing in Italy? True. Simulating the basic Italian economy. Italy simulator. Man. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the trade. We have so much, you probably crashed it. Well, that's the thing, I've only been building stuff around the capital. My trade is barely making up the marketplace cost. This is dumb. Okay, we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something. We're gonna make... not guns. We're gonna make... Really? Lumber? Is it the best thing we've got? We're gonna make RGOs. That's what we're gonna make. Economy collapsing? Simply invest more. The economy is also collapsing because we have raised levies. That part's kind of important. Also, I would love to take your trade colonies. More. Chat, should I be nice enough to let them keep Venice and then I just steal all of their trade colonies and then I take Venice later? That would be the nice thing to do. I just don't know if I'm feeling nice today. Get their market. That's fine, they can keep their market. Take Italian stuff? Don't be nice? Fine. We're taking Italy and Dalmatia. Or, like, parts of it, kind of. That seems pretty bad. I'm sure it's fine. Actually, what else does Venice hold directly? Oh, right. Just like the stuff over here. Never mind. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Now, what to do with Venice itself? Make a brand new Venice from Venice? Ooh, I actually have proximity in Venice. Okay, maybe we keep that, actually. Free Venice. Might do something with this, though. Would I have proximity in here? Maybe I keep this, too. Maybe I keep all of it. Yeah, screw it, I'm keeping that. Ooh, thank you very much for the raid, Rorston. Gave me a small heart attack, and then I remembered I'm playing EU5, not EU4. Okay, yeah, let me go ahead and click a button first, and then we'll get to you in a second. Okay, cool. Hi, Raiders, how's it going? Thank you very much for the raid. Oh, and we did get the shout out. Okay, perfect. Need to swap that war deck sound out for the new one, real. I need to make that my new alarm in the morning as well. I assume you guys were playing some EU5 as well, in theory, possibly. Probably. Doing more Florence today. We are playing Tuscany, hoping to form Italy, hopefully before 1444. That would be cool. But of course, it kinda depends on what I do with my subjects here, because we do need to directly own stuff to form a country. In my opinion, I feel like we shouldn't have to, but anyway. Anyway, you know, that's neither here nor there. Truth nuke, we should be allowed to have subjects own locations and still form a country. You know, France existed even though they were decentralized and had a bunch of subjects, but anyway. We did FTD today. But I need to finish my Nestorian India video tonight. FTD. FTD. I don't actually know what that is. Scoping about that with the Bharat formable. Like, why do I need every location? Real. And also, subjects should be able to form nations. Truth nuke. From the depths, voxel building game. Well, we do like voxels. Okay, I've never played this game, but I feel like I've played a game similar to this a really long time ago. Like, that trailer just unearthed ancient memories for me, but from a completely different game. Anyway, that's cool. Similar to Space Engineers and Star Maid. I did actually play Space Engineers very briefly. I never actually learned how to play the game though, so... Yeah, I kind of sucked at it, to be honest. Played a little bit with friends. Who should I rival? Aquileia? Probably. Apparently telling you what I think you should do to Venice means my message doesn't go through. It might have gotten auto-moderated. But yeah, look at us now. Hold on. Maritime presence. Boom. Proximity. Look at that. Actual proximity on Corsica. Real proximity. Yeah, I think Florence might actually be kind of an OP capital. It is really good. Because we get the river down this direction a little bit. We get the river down this direction, and then we get proximity all along here, so we can get proximity along both coasts. After Naples, it's the best in Italy? Really? I didn't even realize. Corbett's my favorite EU5 VTuber and the only one I know. There've got to be other VTubers playing EU5. Saffron played EU5 briefly. I actually don't know when the last time she streamed it was. And I think Cleo's playing EU5 this week at least once. Maybe that's today, actually. I don't remember. She had it on her schedule. Still posting on your other channel. What other channel? The Clips channel? I haven't posted to that in a while. Oh right, this stuff. We don't have any proximity over here. What cultures are in here? Venetian. That's a lot of Venetians. Dalmatian. Dalmatian's an Italian culture. Maybe we keep that. Same channel that has the membership fees. Real. Haven't seen Saf online in a while. I don't watch Corpos, but Cleo plays most Sundays. Okay. Have you been deleting buildings in cities you don't control more than like 75%? What? Am I supposed to be doing that? Which buildings? Like granaries, that kind of thing? You steal your profits. I only use cities under 75% for trade. That might even be a little bit too much micro, even for me. Don't get me wrong, I love micromanaging this game, but that might be a little too much for me. Any luxury goods you don't need to produce other stuff in your capital? Like, okay, you are right that they steal profits, that's true. But, you know what I gain? Time and fun. So I think that's a fair trade-off. Well, so what's wrong with you? Conquered, honestly, skill issue. Maybe I'm tripping, I thought you had another channel where you played Minecraft. What? Bro, I think you might be tripping. The secret Corbett Minecraft channel? So secret, not even I know about it. Also, I have way too many forts. Hold on. I'm stacking 17 billion forts. We do not need this. We do not need this. Now, you know, if forts granted proximity, just saying, you know, that would be great. I would love to keep those forts, you know, if they gave you proximity, which would be a good feature that they should add. Proximity from forts. I think that would be good. Maybe it's the fake Corbett making Minecraft videos. Oh, maybe. That's the channel that the membership card's for. I get it now. I feel like I've told this story a million times before, but like, back when I was younger, I wanted nothing more than to be a Minecraft YouTuber, actually. When I was a kid. When I was really into my Minecraft YouTuber phase, I was like 10, maybe 11. That England is so cursed. It's pretty bad, yeah. Oh god, they've even integrated Brabant. I hate that they have so much proximity here too. Like, they have more proximity in the lowlands than they have in half of England. I hate that this works out so well for them too. You can still do it? I mean, sure, but I don't really want to anymore. You know what? Yeah, double up that proximity propagation. Okay, the economy has kind of fixed itself. I think we should tax the burgers more. Money's not even real, actually.
Couple of quid to buy EU1 or 2 with.
Thank you very much, Bunker Fox, for the £2. I appreciate that. Oh, now that I'm getting like a good close-up picture of the PF profile picture in the super chat. Actually, you've been around for a while, haven't you, on the channel? At first, I'm like, wait a second, I recognize this name. But like, it's been a few years, hasn't it? When he first joined chat. Become a Minecraft YouTuber? Hell no. I tend to pop up in the non-EU4 streams, that must be it. I'm like, oh yeah, it's the guy with like the... What is that? That's the House of York, isn't it? With that profile picture. We had a lot of jokes in the CK3 step video. Or in that stream, probably. Oh, yeah, you're right. Why Canada have dollars instead of pounds? Good question. I actually don't know. Well, the pound was actually created from the, that was a reformed currency, whereas usually, or previously, the British currency system was kind of like messed up, wasn't it? You had like the shillings and the... It's like the 25 of these things equal one of these things, and 10 of those equal these things, and then 7 of those equal this other thing. And then they reformed it, and now you have the pound and the pence, I think. And I think the dollar was created before that reformed currency, maybe? And I think it formed out of... Yeah, so the dollars are like the lattice or something, which was, I think, the currency used in... Maybe it was used in New Spain? And then it was kind of adopted across the Americas? Well, no, they used the peso, didn't they? Maybe the peso came later. I don't know. The Canadian peso, real. The Yorkshire Rose, there you go. Even though Yorkshire was actually a Lancaster haven in the War of the Roses. Crazy how that works. Anyway, what am I doing in this game again? Building, that's the only thing you do in this game. 65 down here, or 67. I don't want to hear it. No one say a word. Shoot. As an American, I blame the British for our measurements, but somehow we were more stubborn to replace it with metric. Yeah, honestly, skill issue. I don't know what to say. Hey, at least it's standardized and used in science, even in the United States, and that's kind of where it matters for the most part. What else do we want? Moving more towards naval would be cool, but actually I want to expand roads. Maybe. No, I don't. I lied. Actually, when can I invade the two Sicilies again? 1403. I don't really want to sit on that for too long. There isn't really anyone I want to invade right now. What about Croatia? That seems like a poor idea. Only because I can't really reach over there. Not easily. Okay, you know what? We'll just do whatever with this, and then next Parliament we will invade Naples. Oh, yeah, okay. Promote integration process. That is a really good one. I feel like I should use... No, never mind. Also, Americans hate metric weights, but don't even know what a stone is? I don't even know what a stone is. If a British person came up to me and was like, yeah, I weigh 8 stones or something, I'd be like, okay. So like heavy ones or like light ones? How big are the stones we're talking about? Me win game. Thank you. $14 olds. Let's go. As a chemist in America, I couldn't tell you the last time I used imperial units outside of common speech. Very glad to hear that, actually. $6.4 kilos. I'm just messing with you. I actually kind of understand pounds as a weight measurement for the most part. Because the thing is, we actually kind of have a messed up system for numbers in Canada. I actually kind of blame the Americans for this one too, because they didn't swap to metric, so now a lot of the stuff you buy also has like Fahrenheit and stuff on it, and that's annoying. I have to like figure out what that means in real measurements. Yeah, Provence is cooked. It's kind of over. So like if I go outside and I measure the temperature, that's in Celsius. But if you have to cook something, it's in Fahrenheit, and I hate that. Well, actually more, I think it's because stoves and ovens were just imported from America, so they had Fahrenheit on them. And so I think it's more of like an older generation thing to do. To refer to cooking in terms of like Fahrenheit temperatures. Because a lot of stoves you can buy nowadays are just in Celsius. And a lot of packaging also just has Celsius on it. It seems like it could complicate cooking with grandma's recipe. Oh, it does. It absolutely does, for sure. Especially for, like, if your grandmother didn't really use, like, specific instructions. If she writes, like, 2 flour, and when she wrote it in her head, she knows that she meant, like, 2 cups. But it's, like, not that helpful. Maybe if you know her well enough, then yeah, you can like decipher. I guess it's useful that the measurements are far enough apart that if you see something that's like cook at 125, you know that's Celsius. And if it says cook at like 350, you know that's Fahrenheit. Also, welcome back, Bar. Oh, never mind, still part of England. Maybe we should talk about EU5 instead, which coincidentally is a world of only imperial measurements. Ah, Imperial, get it? Because, like, imperialism. Because we take stuff for fun. I should build some things. Market warehouse. Art school. Ooh. More market warehouses. More. Two flour, one egg, 5 sugar, 2 water, 1 yeast. Real. Oh, also, yeah, the commoners are upset because I don't know, invaded them or something. That was a while ago. I think they should just deal with it. Also me when I forget to actually integrate subjects. My bad. My Nana is old enough to remember growing up in British Newfoundland. I oftentimes forget that Newfoundland joined in like... What was that, like the 70s or like the 80s or something? No, that was way before then. I'm gonna ballpark 50s. I don't actually know. $49. Okay, so my last guess was a little closer. Catalonia exists. Let's go. Is that France and Rome? No, that's Naples. No, that is France. Shoot. Oh yeah, your flag is different now. Shoot. Better not be. I will fight you. Don't make me fight you. Oh god. Oh, What is this? What is this? Hmm? Why do we have French chicken pox here in the HRE? Okay. Wait, what? What do we have in here? No, that's Volterra. More alum? Sure. Okay. Wait, did Corbett actually try Terra Invicta? Yes, I did try it. It is pretty good. I don't know what I'm doing. It seems interesting though, so far. I feel like I've messed up both of my runs. Because it seems like the AI is ahead of me in both of my attempts so far. So maybe I might restart it a third time. You did a second run? Well, I messed up the first one. I took control of Bhutan and like the Baltics. I figured it wasn't going very well. So then I tried a different run, where I took the Caribbean and Mexico and Canada, and then I realized I think this is also a bad run. I think it's a bad run because I have no boost. Also, early Carracks. We'll build 3 for now. Okay, Commoner Insurgents and Ligurian Patriots. Certified by real Ligurian Patriots. Okay, where are you? In here? And you're just upset because you were conquered? I think that's a skill issue. Okay, we'll crack down a little. The main thing people miss in Terra Invicta is playing it cool and not building up alien aggression too quickly. I haven't even gotten that far. Aggression? I haven't even made it off the planet yet. I made like 1 space module with nothing in it. You plan to vassalize the Pope for all the money? Am I allowed to vassalize the Pope? Because if so, then maybe. Also, I should be going towards Naval now, right? Nope, we're still going towards land. That's because the ruler is a general and has a general trait. We also need a larger navy, I think. Oh no, they've joined the coalition. Anyway. Wait, Bulgaria? What do you mean, Bulgaria? Oh, did you ally? Yeah, you did, okay. Well, the coalition isn't really real anyway, so it's fine. Oh, right, I did get men-at-arms, didn't I? Am I going to get crossbows? Maybe. Yeah, sure. And we're gonna grab the footman. Upgrade them to men-at-arms. Might also need more armories. What do you guys try to do with armories? I try to keep them in a place that has a lot of people. But I guess they're further if you can build them kind of further away from the capital. Well, no. Don't you get a certain number of... You get manpower based on control, don't you? So isn't it better to actually build them in the capital? Yeah, we're gonna put some in Florence. Oh my god, it's been 3 hours already. Man. Move the capital to Rome? I feel like I actually don't want to. I really like the capital in Florence, I'm not gonna lie. Rome is cool, but like it actually doesn't even have good harbor capacity. You only move the capital to Rome for aura farming. That's kind of it. Me when everybody dies. Hold on. That sounds expensive. And I don't really care too much. What is your taxes, though? Christian's mad? That's crazy. Anyway. Does Italy have natural harbors? Yes. Italy has a lot, actually. Some really solid ones. Like we have this one over here. That's a good natural harbor. Naples. Next to Naples. Over here is a decent one. Pisa. Genoa's a good one. I think Venice is 100%. Then we have the ones next to Venice. Playing Japan, I just moved the capital to Osaka for the harbor capacity, even though it's cursed. First of all, playing in Japan, I think that's cursed enough, buddy. Still don't think it's in a playable state, is it? Proximity is actually not too bad over here. I'm going to integrate you at some point, I guess. Venice is good, but it doesn't connect to anything in its swamp. It connects to the sea, and that's all that matters. Screw it, speed 5. Glad to see we actually have an economy. What else can we do here? Settlements? I like to check. Just in case. Temples. And libraries. Oh. Need a lot of those. And I guess firearms? Except not really. It says I can make a lot off firearms, and then I look inside, and I can't. That's cool, I guess. Alright, leather it is. Does EU5 actually have natural changes in how good tiles are? For example, south of Pisa, the harbor of Livorno grew bigger. Natural changes. You mean natural as in the environment actually physically changes the coastline, that kind of thing? Or do you mean growth of a city, for example? Because you can build buildings that give you harbor capacity. But I don't think natural harbor capacity changes. I think it's kind of hard-coded into the map. Also, Rise of the Turk situation. Let's see who's gonna win. Oh wow, Ottoman's actually kind of doing stuff in this economy. Serbia collapsing in this patch? No way. Like the coastline moving due to sediment. No, I don't think we have that. Netherlands with their land reclamation as a good example. I don't even think we get that. I think they said they were just going to use modern day Netherlands and then just keep it at that. Or like something close to that, I think they said. Asia has no emerging powers like EU4, it only has collapsing ones, which I think is really lame. With the exceptions being Majapahit and kinda Timur. No one wants to manage someone else's empire / mess. I don't know. Sometimes it can be fun. Trying to save Yuan from collapse. Because then if you do a poor job, you kind of expected it anyway. Yeah, but Yuan isn't collapsing in the first place. I thought Yuan always collapsed, and people were complaining that Ming always consolidates every single time after. Yuan collapses but doesn't lose the mandate. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair. Also, I'm just thinking about things. Do I actually want to keep this stuff? Because I'm like, oh, I have proximity. Which I kinda do, sort of. But when I really think about it, it still just takes too long to integrate stuff. I still need to integrate all of this. I haven't even integrated this yet. And then there's this down here. I'm gonna give this stuff to a subject. Except I can't because you need a diplomat to give territory to subjects, which is weird because it doesn't actually use a diplomat, but you need to have one anyway. Alright, anyway, so another subject we'll make over here. Okay, we want a CB on the two Sicilies. We'll take this. I really wish this was just like a regular subject interaction. Maybe I will release a Venice subject. So many cities, though, that's the problem. Yeah, you know what? Mostly a rebel problem. I just don't want to deal with them. That's it. Okay, let me just do a quick check. How long will this take? 11 years. No, 9 years. How long will this take? 6 years. How long will this take? 6 years. Okay, fine. We won't give things to subjects, but anything else I'm going to take will immediately go to a subject. Me when no horses. Okay, I don't know why it even shows up if I'm not allowed to build there. Cool. Okay, I'm building too many things. I need infrastructure. Counting houses would be nice. Can't build them, never mind. Universities, can't build them, never mind. Wharves? Okay, that actually is useful. Wharves are nice for the harbor capacity. And also, don't we have protected harbors we can build? There we go. Very nice. More harbor capacity. Excellent. Alright, we should declare war on Two Sicilies and the Coalition because coalitions are fake and not real. Yeah, this should be relatively easy, I think. Coalitions never hurt anyone? True. Fun fact, when Napoleon was pushing... Okay, not pushing, when he was fighting in the Battle of Waterloo, they simply asked really nicely for him to stop fighting, and he agreed. And they all went home and had tea together or something. Except Napoleon, they kind of sent him off to the middle of nowhere. And that's a true story. Don't look it up. Hey man, you don't actually have to feed me all your ships. I appreciate it, but like you don't actually have to do that. Me when I don't balance my navy. Me when I walk in with no morale. Professional EU5 player, by the way. I'm about to try Greenland. Oh, okay. Best advice? Don't. Can I greed harbor admin or do I need the food production? You can definitely greed harbor admin. I thought they started with harbor admin. If you don't, you can absolutely greed it. And if you starve to death, then this is not legally binding advice. Oh, right. Food in the market. Never actually resolved that, did I? Florence, Venice. Oh, we're fine. Never mind. Out of curiosity. Oh, look at me. I'm Two Sicilies. I actually have control over the coastline now. Screw you. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see about that. Man, I would love to have the Pope leave this war. Unfortunately, we can't do that. Sorry, Pope. Also, early game, did you find the new AI hard? Honestly, no. But I think that's because I haven't really fought one of the strong AIs yet. Like, I haven't fought France, I haven't fought England, I haven't fought Bohemia, or Castile. I fought Aragon, and they were pretty aggressive early game. But the main reason that we lost but didn't actually lose that war because they offered us money for some reason. The only reason we had negative war scores because we had to take the capital. It was a coalition CB and that was just not happening. Fortunately, they decided to give me war reps and money for a reason I can't possibly fathom, but that was cool. I saw they do a lot more no CB wars, which is silly, but it wasn't any more difficult than usual. Well, they just increased the aggressiveness. So... Oh god. Bohemia, the tyrant of Europe. So the AI does this now. Well, at least the big ones do. France kinda chilling. England being actually evil. It's not the Ottomans Europe is gonna have to worry about, it's fucking England. So yeah, we'll get there when we get there, I guess. That is expensive. How many artists do I have? That's a lot of artists. I feel like we don't need any more artists. What do you actually do? Hold on, what does art do? There are 17 works of art in Tuscany, giving us the world's smallest amount of cultural tradition and a crumb of prestige. Lovely. Okay, I don't think I care that much right now. Hungary's no threat to you? Not really. What do you do in Hungary? Not much. The reason why Hungary isn't a threat to me is because this is their proximity. They're not doing anything. A pathetic number of soldiers. Alright, Pope, do you want to leave? 31st of January. That was December last I checked. Oh, phew. Dude, listen. That's awkward. The Hussite Wars. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't think I've actually seen this yet. Maybe I have. An alliance with the Papal States. Let's go. Hell yeah. Wait, that worked? No, I didn't think so. Okay. I figured it wouldn't. What are the consequences for bankruptcy? Bad. I think you lose all control. Except maybe the capital. Maybe. What else do you get? You have like no crown power or something? Hello, game. Thank you. Okay, so Vals, we'll peace out as usual. War reps. Humiliate. Actually, no, we're not. You've annoyed me enough times. You're actually getting vassalized. Money's not even real, actually.
Don't forget to buy that hat for Andalusia in the future.
Thank you very much, Knees and Crows, for the $10 super chat. I will try not to forget. I actually do want to play a Granada campaign at some point. But we'll have to see how aggressive the AI is at that point. Because I tried it once, and you can maneuver a little bit into Portugal. It's not great, but you can get somewhere with it, kind of. Anyway, vassalization. Pope. You're basically just gonna pay me. And I might take that. And I might take that. And I might take that. How do you even have this? What a subject. You. Can I have it? I don't think so. Okay, you can keep that, whatever. Anything else you own? Yeah, but I don't really care. Hold on. This is how you have to check to see if they own anything. Alright, looks fine. Okay, cool. Ooh, free territory. Yeah, that was definitely according to plan. For sure. I love little pop-up things. More pop-up things, please. Waiter, more pop-ups. More banners. Okay, I don't care. I don't really care. I know. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't really care. Don't care. Kind of care? Who's this? I do care about that. Ask to improve cultural opinion. This actually does matter. Okay, which culture do I want that to be for? Probably this one, just to make it dirt cheap. So Emilian culture. You're Emilian. Perfect. There we go. That makes it super cheap. AE maxing? Absolutely. AE isn't even real. I think I also want coastal forts, maybe. Allegedly, the slave raids actually work now. So just out of curiosity, have you been raiding me? Have some Greeks in there? I don't think they have. No, I don't think so. Okay. So maybe we don't need those, but... Too many boats probably? Could be. Maybe we need these, maybe we don't. I do like the maritime presence. Oh, you know what I need actually? Don't do that. Where is it? Here. The literacy and the Pound Lock Canal. That's what I need. You have colonies in the New World? It's 1407. We can't even research the tech to explore deep ocean. It's another 30 years until New World spawns. I love the hat, thank you. Made it myself, actually. I think the devs weren't happy with Florinomics last game with how hard loans got nerfed. Loans, I feel like, didn't get nerfed that badly. They just start off a lot worse. It's pretty nice. I actually didn't make it myself. Just so people know, that was a joke. I did not make it myself. -1 Diplo rep, reasonable. Are those unauthorized ships in my Mediterranean? I don't think so. Why is EU5 bad? I think it's all the way you look at it. I actually happen to think that EU5 is quite good in many areas. It just requires a lot more polish. Why am I losing this? They have just transports. I have heavies. "25 years of prestige. I mean, it's something. Do I care that much about prestige, though? Antagonism change modifier. I mean, that is nice. Well, 25 years. You know what? Honestly, no. I don't care that much. think the devs are focusing too much on nerfing rather than buffing. Okay, I think it's still early enough in the game that we have to remember that, like, the balancing, I think, isn't even really part of that cycle yet. I would agree if the game is still like this in another 2 years. If they're, like, still focused on nerfing, because the problem is that, like, it just didn't even release with the right balance yet, I think. Usually when we're talking about buffing or nerfing everything, it sort of comes along with power creep and, like, that whole conversation, but we haven't even reached that area yet. We'll get to the buffing things when they start releasing DLC. Wait, the game is bad? I didn't hear anything about this. You may have been living under a rock. It's like the only thing you can hear these days. Not really. The Steam reviews are fairly positive, I think, at this point. Also, can you please stop trying to send literally 2 people on vacation to Italy? We pay for buffs, pay to win. Real EU5 actual pay to win game. EU4 pay to win. I get my my PU CBs through my mission tree. EU4 pay to win. Actually, do I want to fill up my capital with lumber? I mean, it is a profitable building. I'll add a few of them, but I don't know, we'll see. Got me a mod that lets me annex any tag for a set amount of Bitcoin. Surely this is the future that gamers want. Can't believe they didn't add NFTs to EU5. Wow, what an antiquated company. In hindsight, the NFT era was actually extremely funny. Remember when, like, some game studios were like, yeah, we're gonna throw NFTs in the games, it's gonna be great. Everyone's gonna love them. And then everyone hated that. Good times. Good times. Seems like a distant dream at this point. Johan adds, the god in EU5, you better make Christina of Sweden cuter. Right, Riot. I think that was a short I made years back. During the face cam era. And I was like, yeah, if Ubisoft made EU4, you would have to open a loot box to get the opportunity to play a country. Also, what just happened? No idea. Apparently we lost that battle. What do you have in this? Oh, maybe it retreated because it didn't really care about the fight. That could be it. Well, a lot of these ships actually do need to be repaired. Okay, hold on. Put you in here. Detached damaged ships. What do we have in here? Galleys. Galleys and heavies. And what do you have? Transports. Galleys. Hold on. Okay, so actually all of these ships are going to go repair. Actually, I have a question. Chat. Is there a building that exists that lets me repair at more than 10% each month? Because I feel like there really should be. No? What's even the point? Hey, Hungary, do you want to leave? Cool, thanks. Who are you? Oh, that guy. Yeah, you can leave, that's fine. I don't really care. Croatia. Yeah, you can leave for now. Bulgaria, I will pay you to leave. Okay, not that much. Coalition disbanded, let's go. I'm too old to even comprehend what NFTs are. Oh, you must have missed that brief time period of the internet. NFTs are basically like a JPEG that you own in quotations, but actually, like, it's not even trademarked or copyrighted or anything, I'm pretty sure. But like you get like a certificate that says that you own it, and it doesn't really mean anything. You cannot copyright claim the usage of the NFT, I'm pretty sure. Like, you don't actually own the rights to it. People can just right-click and save the image, literally. Nice picture you own. Mind if I just steal it? Ooh, we do like going innovative, but not that much. Bro, please. Okay, they'll leave. Oh, that's me paying them. No, screw you. Have you had the chance to play as a building-based country yet? If so, how was it? I played as a bank pretty long time ago, so I don't know if it's changed very much. You kind of just sit there. You gotta just sit there for a while. You can build banks. I actually wouldn't really recommend taking on people's debt for a while, because you can make so much more money by building banks. Because banks, I think they give you like 5% of the tax base in a location. You can only build, I think, one per country, maybe. Maybe. So you build it in the capital, you get like 5% of the tax base, and then you just keep on building more banks. And then I think when you have a bunch of them, then that's when you start taking on debt. Like you just... No, you don't take on debt, you take on people's debt. As a loan that you own. Rather, you own their debt. And that makes you some money. Outside of that, I don't really know if you can vassalize or whatever. Not sure how much interaction there is to do as a bank. Apparently trade companies can do a lot. Or, like the Hanseatic League, for example. Boats only exist for maritime power. Naval battles are not ready for gameplay yet. Truth nuke? NFTs might have been the stupidest fad of all time. It was so funny watching people waste their money on them. I would say also crypto, but actually some of that has become stable enough. Well, some of it. I think it really depends a lot. Kind of sit there for a while, so different from the rest of the game. How? Different in that you don't even fight wars. I don't really care about spy network stuff. Because the thing is, if you want to, like, any country that wants to take a spy network action against me is going to have to pay like 16 trillion ducats per month. Man, we got 2 Sicilies willing to peace out before Bulgaria. I guess they're kind of a real one for that, but man. Alright, can I take another thing? Just one little piece? One little morsel of land? Land for the poor? Thank you. Alright, looks good to me. How bad is this? Just kidding, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, we should give stuff out to subjects. Because I have too much to integrate. Yeah, I'm gonna make them all really small, actually. For vassals, I actually tend to put female characters in charge because they can't be used in the cabinet. And they can't be used in armies either, so might as well. Until it's the cabinet's wife and he runs away with her. Nah, not my cabinet members. They would never. Now isn't that beautiful? If only I could form Italy this way. If only. Yeah, 2 Sicilies. Where's the other Sicily? Where'd it go? I only see one. All right, chat. We might We might call it for today, actually. It's 6 o'clock for me. We've gotten a lot of stuff done here. Tax base looking... Okay, it has been better before, but whatever. Actually, if I give it a month, it might recover a little bit, maybe. There we go. Also, before I forget, we should do that. And maybe this. Maybe that. Well, what's 100%? What's 100%? Yeah, we could probably, yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think we're going to end it here for today. It's been a pretty productive stream. We have quite the tax base. Things are looking, I don't know if I'd call them stable. In fact, the Ligurian Patriots are going to rise up in another, I think, like 10 months. I should probably do something about that. Just that I don't forget at the start of the next stream. We're going to have you crack down on that. Alright, Republic of Tuscany, soon to become Italy, but not that soon because I have so many subjects. I have to integrate all of them. Well, a good number of them. And we're probably going to play this a little more next week, I think. Maybe. When do I take my break, actually? I didn't actually define the winter break in quotes that I'm going to have. I think I'm going to end up taking a mini vacation / break between the 21st, maybe the 22nd, maybe the 23rd. We'll see. Between the 23rd or somewhere around then until the 28th, probably. We'll see. Anyway, so next week we're still streaming the entire week. Actually, we might stream a little bit less because I do want to get you guys some videos to watch while I am on that little break there. So we're going to stream a little more next week. Of course, we do actually have Silksong scheduled for tomorrow. I'm kind of feeling 50-50 on that because we wouldn't have a lot of time to stream. So I think I have myself starting at 11 tomorrow on that stream. Let me just check real quick. Let me see. Where did I actually... Here we go. Okay, so that is supposed to start at 11. The problem is that I would actually have to end the stream at like 1 or maybe 1:30. So we wouldn't have a lot of time. I don't know. We may or may not have the Silksong stream tomorrow. I might push it to Sunday. I might not. I'll see what I'm going to do with that. But we're going to end things off for today. We might go ahead and actually raid somebody, maybe. Assuming my stream is working, because I think it just... what happened to my stream? Are we good? Are we... Hold on. Okay, the stream is still good. I don't know why. On OBS it said I went offline. Gave me a heart attack. Okay, we're not offline. Good. So... on Twitch, I don't know if anybody's streaming right now. Anybody I can go raid? Anybody I know of, at least. Europa Universalis 5. Let's check. Habibi's actually streaming. Is there anybody else I know of? Hold on, let me just open up my... I wish I could have like a special list of people that I know. I guess that's what following is on Twitch. I don't really use Twitch that much, to be honest. Okay, we're going to go ahead and raid Habibi on Twitch. And on YouTube, well that's kind of doing its thing. We're gonna go and check to see if anybody's streaming on YouTube that I can raid. I don't think so. Let me check. Redirect. Is anybody streaming right now? No. Okay, so nothing on YouTube. We're just going to send people over to Habibi's channel on Twitch. So see you later, people on Twitch. I'll see you maybe tomorrow, possibly. Yeah, stream's ending. Sorry. You got here kind of at like the worst time. Stream's ending after these last 4 hours. All right, so right on Twitch. See you guys later. For people on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. I will maybe see you tomorrow, possibly. If not, I'll see you sometime, I think next week. And I think there's a video releasing, but I forgot when I actually set it to release. That might be on Sunday. Maybe. It is on the 16th. That's not Sunday. 16th is Tuesday. Okay. No video till Tuesday then. All right, I'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you this weekend. And bye, bit.